Alright, back to more. So I was about to start the 87 MSQ, but I'm a little under-leveled. So I have to do a Fate or two and another Ether Current quest. And then after this, what I'm going to do is go back to areas, do those Ether Current quests. And that should give me enough experience for the rest of the game. Because I actually thought just doing the MSQ, especially fully rested, would be enough, but it's not. That's a gorgeous look there too. And these are all potential wallpapers. Alright, so we'll do that one. Because I need, let's say, just shy of 1 million experience. The bonus ones. Welcome, friend, to Anagnorisis. I'm Sokols, and I manage this region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Elpis. You are, oh, how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purpose of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you need only mention my name to Charmian, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Come separated from your guide. Charmian should be around here somewhere. Yes, yes. What can I do for you? Arrows and Overseer Sokols wishes me to act as your guide. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. I'm simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me, of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Until quite recently, I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Anitor. Surely there are other, more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... this grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? Task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it is not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. You can commence the tour this very moment if you like. Well, let's begin. Rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Anagnorisis would prove more beneficial. Point you in the right direction, you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed the circuit, we can return and speak to Overseer Sokols. Seems reasonable. Charmian. Oh, and who is your friend? Azim's familiar? Why you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Keen servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see, but our research here is given special dispensation once subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me. I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential compatibilities. Oh, but of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you could abide here for a few years while I analyze... Oh, and on that note, we really must be moving along. Step lively, Arrow. Still here. Has my request for full compensational analysis been granted? Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure? Oh, sure, man. Whoops. Damn it. Yes, I'm coming here on a tour around Nag-Noresis, at the behest of the Overseer. Tour, feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands that can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise tusk through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Not sure who to speak with. Don't be shy. Any one of my colleagues will happily answer your questions. Hello, Charmin. Was there something? Overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was show him what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Is that the sort of thing you wish to know? Thanks. Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with Overseer Sockles. I think we've... okay. Back that way. Actually, decided to open a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wondrous wares can be used for the right amount of bicolored gemstones. You now have access to this region's Gemstone Exchange. Trade bicolored gemstones for a variety of rare and exclusive items. Successfully completing local fates will allow for the safe delivery of goods in the region, increase the number of items available for exchange. That's right. This should show up now that I completed a fate here. Yeah, okay. Completed fates. I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Anagnoresis, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began. With you, Overseer Sockles. I see, and what is your impression of the work we do here? Attracts some interesting people. Requires equal levels of passion and patience. Glad we could help further your worldly education. I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least, I hope you did. Truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive and cogitative faculties. Are you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity and one of Asm's, no less. An intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. I'll do that one. Oh, it's already up. Oh. Oop. Focus fire. It's shown up there. all these materia are 24. Do they lose value as you level up? Is that what's happening? Or do they just... or are they immediately nerfed at the start? Like, I can't remember because I didn't get super invested in material back in Stormblood. Wasn't until the end, and even then I was still a little bit getting my bearings on the game. Even though I've been playing a while before even that. Northwest. Ooh, there's one. Oof. Whoops. Excuse me. Ooh, nice. Wait, why did why did I get so much experience there? Summon log? Oh yeah. Because it's Tuesday, it reset. Okay, that helped. Big time. I forgot about that. I should have... Damn. Could have done that earlier. Oh well, it's okay. I'll knock out a few more. If there's someone else there, I'll do it. If not, I won't. No, not gonna do it then. Not right now, anyways. I think I have to do this more to get access to more, I don't know what answer he's searching for, or if it is within our power to give it. But I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel. That if he rejects this out of hand, he will all be lesser for it. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position within the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Other pragmatist, allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Arrow? Will you continue along with us? Sure. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis to see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnor Asis. Current might be there. If not, it's at an area I don't have access to yet. Nope. And Divine Benison at 88, and the bell at... Then the bell at level 90. Excuse me. South east. It's gotta be right here, roughly. Can I get up this way? No. Let's go around. There it is. Northwest. Can we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notaneus. Notaneus. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I had previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Okay. I'd be right up next to it, actually. West. Oh, I'm looking at it wrong. Okay. Wait. West, east. No. Yeah, it's up there. It was all turned around. Is it right here, actually? Northwest. Okay, it's up there. Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. It's poor manners to spy on someone's comings and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving another either requires deliberate and intense concentration. Otherwise, keep our eyes in the corporeal world. Here we are. Notaneus. This teleport will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. It's right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. Okay, this is probably where the other ether currents are.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well, an Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
There, I thought you were a harmless, stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous task of future this and changing history, that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future, our future, I'm deathly curious to hear more. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. Whilst finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Arias which made off with it. Oh, I saw it. Arias, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Arias. There's no guarantee that it has dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. It's so cool, finally meeting her. Whoa. Northeast. east. There we go. There you go, Dash. Northwest. I can wait until I get there. Yeah, because there's this one coming up. Whoa. That looks cool. Ooh, there's several. There it is. Alright, so I'm looking for that crystal here. There it is. I just happened to stumble across that. I didn't know it was there. Northwest. Yeah. Southeast. Oh, there it is. Oops. Okay. Keep thinking I'm gonna die there, but I'm not. I remember that shark from that dungeon too in Shadowbringers. The experimental areas where it got out. The Anamnesis Anator. Yasms, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett salt, because if he bit down on a sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old asm into the equation. Besides, she wonders why these lines upon my brow go deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed it in its wake. Don't suppose you fared any better. Scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. Crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been traveling and searching go hand in hand. Yeah. Travel often then? It seems we have something in common. Long ago when I held the seat of Asm, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal is a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it is time I return the stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top slope. I have the entire place to myself so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Northeast. I'll just get these while I'm going. Oh, up there. Oh.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis Flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital on Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emet-Selch! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
That is so badass, being able to essentially tell them what happened and seeing their reactions to it. That is so cool. Shall we begin our investigation then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. The man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. See you, the woman staying in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask her questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice topic up to you. Traveling with Heidelin. Let's speak with Ismene. You know more of this coming calamity, so I think it best that you lead the conversation. Whoops. We're here. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. It's fine. Yes. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes. I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. Man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. What do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon, I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream. Somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. So keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Arrow, I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. You're a familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Vanai? You couldn't have been blessed with a finer master. I don't think I attuned to that etherite, did I? I better make sure I did. Our investigation off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers if you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. You can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. I'll start from one side of the compound, make my way through, speaking to as many people as I can. We should have plenty to discuss upon your return. I think I did, but I can double check. Okay. It didn't say I was. It didn't say I wasn't attuned, so, but just want to make sure. Yeah. Oh, this stinks. Jeez. Indeed. Yes, I'm Timaeus, but please keep your voices down. You'll startle the birds. Okay. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it true you're an expert in flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden-feathered creature my father had designed. It was then there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. Timaeus launched into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realized my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. And bird's recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment. Excuse me. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You're hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations? Then why do you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we, who prize elegance of form above all else, are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon, too, is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise, her abilities are a mystery to me. Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architects. Then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? Must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Thank you. As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I finish for the day. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has a little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Now is musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final day is the power of Dynamis in the Entelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. On that subject, is there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. The mystery at hand remains unresolved. I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetea Crystalline, not far from here, and just follow the path to the west. Yeah, so just materia in general just got knocked down some. Which makes sense. You wouldn't... I mean, it makes sense with everything that's gone on, so... In terms of, like, them lowering numbers and stuff. This tower and the one further along are both part of Peripetea Crystalline. Excuse me. Facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area, magically interconnected spaces which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If I could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. How odd that I should suggest this approach without a second thought. Come from time and place that is dramatically different. Yet here we are working side by side or apart as the situation demands with barely a word of explanation required. No matter the centuries which separate us, we are of the same star. We share a connection. I hope that together we might find the answers you seek. Me too. You have questions for me? Certainly, just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you used to speak with me about? Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. Afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. Sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mr. Svana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed in Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios Thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanat. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserving and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Asm. What would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet Galeen in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. We'll take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Their archivist said not. We hadn't already heard, but the story of Galeen sounds promising. I've opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across Skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalassi. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Maybe it's Metibios. I don't know. Not sure. Tower ahead is still part of Peripetia Crystalline. We'll need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mr. Fanat, just passing through. Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Oh, did they... That's not what I was looking for. Okay, that's still 70. Okay, I was wondering if they increased that. That door leads into the Thalassi, but perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Galeen. Mr. Svanat, I was not told to expect we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account. Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details.
That's what Meteon was looking at earlier.
Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Let's see what this looks like. Not bad, but with the entire set, I think it would be pretty good. I'd just like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Colleen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? I'm definitely going to be working on crafting this expansion too, chipping away at it. Yeah, it's going to recommend all of that stuff though. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? View the means to fly? It's quite a distance away. Yeah, inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Argos? Hey, it's me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Arrow here over to the island? Stubborn creature, there's no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and yet still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. Just certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you're capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. Seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? I will do what I must. I had a feeling you might say something like that. Know that you must give a good showing, however. Clear your mind, prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Yep. Let's do it. So let's see what happens.
Let neither side hold back.
Whoa.
My blade sings!
I better keep you in the center, actually. Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, it didn't get me. Oh, those are going back out.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
The Muses, war quotes.
No quarter.
Okay.
Have a taste.
Ooh.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Ghost's mantle. Yeah, I didn't mean to use Aqua Veil there, but okay. There's the staff. Oh, I'm gonna keep going.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, fuck. Nope. Oh.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
The hero's blade. Oh.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Okay. those out of the way. Ooh, there's several of them. Oops.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
Oh. Damn.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Cool. GG.
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Our ghosts will soon have us standing in the very spot where the Meteon made their departure in the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Yeah, I think it's time we switch out gear. Let me, be right back. Let me just repair this stuff. Oops. I'll repair this, then I'll switch out to the new gear. Okay. Thank you. To the back. Farewell, and good recollection. You served me well. Yep. Let's replace everything. 533. That gear looks nice, actually. Is that the same stuff Emmet wore? I think it might be. Looks good. Flower upon your return. Vina as Argos and is double at heel. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. We can go dash. Oh, I never did. Well. It's a VOD, so I'll have saved what it was before I switched over. Climb onto Argo's back, we could be off. You know, I honestly cannot remember the last time he carried anyone but me. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Ride Argos to the isle? Yes. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. It is quite nice, actually. Now, what was the name of that tree? No, something, no. No, it's a Forion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? My hands are a little bit cold. Brace yourself for the landing. I don't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike. How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. Because he values life.
I'm
But
inclined
yet-
to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. We could do worse than to look in Thesis Hyperborea, the largest facility it stands in, at the Salatikos Boreas, the northern Nile. I wonder, Arrow, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release in the world, did you not question how they find room for them all? So few islands? The answer lies within Thesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back in the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poitin Oikos. Okay, we'll do these two. Oops, okay. I think yeah, it's this way. Oh, I passed it. Alright, I will be right back. Short break. Alright, so let's knock out that one. And the other currents are probably going to be over there. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Perhaps you might be willing to help me then. Did you happen to see a blue-haired woman in the area? She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia Editor, and we had intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. Just turned away when she realized she grabbed something back in Anagnorisis, so she ran back, and that was the last I saw of her. She can be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained, so she may well have simply got lost on her way back. I'd rather not search for her myself, or what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind as to look for her. Sure. Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, and so should stand out a touch. You'll find her in the area of Pilomais Nodos in all likelihood. If you do come across her, could you help her out a bit? See if she makes it back? Sure. A blue-haired friend of mine can be, well, a little addled, to put it bluntly. If you happen to see her, please bring her back to me, would you? Yep, and then there's another one here. Northwest. Yes, can I help you? Oh wait, do you need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. What was that? Woman asked you to come and find me? That would be my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I don't keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that, but I'd clean forgotten a task from which one of my professors... I rushed back to collect the item I was asked for, which I found, thankfully, but got rather turned around when attempting to return. But don't you worry about me, I'll be just fine on my own now if I'm right. And following this road east will lead me to a teleporter, I know. Oh bother, maybe not. Well, I could probably find my way eventually, but there's no sense trying to go it alone, I suppose. Would you be so kind as to guide me back to my friend? If I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Poitin Oikos, I should be able to make the remainder of the trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? No problem. So we're going back to that one. Get her to the teleporter, and then maybe I can use that one. Her or... Can't really tell. Whoop. Confess I didn't know. I confess I don't know up from down or left from right. Every path, hill, and clump of trees looks just like the last. If I can get to the teleporter that connects to Poison Oikos, I ought to be okay. Oh. Okay, she got lost quick. 1, 2, and then 2 more. Hi, come back. Thank heavens. Now then, shall we make for that teleporter? My friend must be terribly worried by now. Yep. I'll just have to walk. Avoid them if we can. Which we did. Yep. Drawing the Thunderstroke. What a relief it is to see a familiar sight. It should be alright without you now. After all, it's a straight shot from here to Poison Oikos. Goodness, the earful I'm going to get for my friend. I've kept her waiting for far too long. Well, I really should hurry. She owed an explanation. She is owed an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I would like to thank you properly. Thank you. See you later. See something here. Southeast. West east. East. South east. Okay. Morning dew. There it is, behind the tree. Alright, one more, which will be on the large landmass. We'll knock out these other two here. We'll hand that one in and get that one done. Should have been up front with my friend, simply told her why I went back. My blasted pride so often gets in the way. Thank you for your help. Truth be told, when my friend first dashed off, I had assumed it was because she forgot an assignment from Meteon. Lo and behold, I was right. We're studying at the words of Meteon, Academia, Editor. You know all we can about the engendering of aquatic life from that self-same master. Honestly, though, I have no idea why Meteon would ask me to procure a flower of all things, and one that's still undergoing testing in Elpis. It's very beautiful, yes, but what has it to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing, but that's the point, surely. Must be intended as a present when meant for a lawgriff. Meteon is hopelessly enamored, as we all well know. We do? It's certainly news to me, though now that you mention it, I suppose I have seen sparks between them and Roy I never noticed before. That settles it. We need to hurry back and begin in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. Can't believe I wasted all this valuable research time lost amongst the trees. I would have wasted even more if not for you, good sir. Now that my friend and I are together again, we can get back to the Academia and deliver the flower to Meteon before it wilts. Ah, but before we rush off, a reward, you certainly deserve it. Thank you. I'm wondering, what if all the sisters he sent out actually doesn't find anything? Maybe that despair and fear is what causes problems. Mara. Mara appears to be mildly perturbed. Well, this is Pickle. Whatever am I to do? Whatever am I to, Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Azam's familiar? Oh, and I do like the name Arrow. But if you belong to Azam, then what has become of our visitor from Amarat? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside of Elpis comes to visit, the reactions can be somewhat unpredictable and occasionally violent. Would you be so kind as to track down Cleon and see that no harm has befallen him? Visitors don't wear masks, so he should be easy to spot. If you do happen to find him in the process of being mauled, you have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first. I'll stay here and search the immediate vicinity in case our visitor arrives. In the meantime, do point him in this direction should you manage to locate him first. Okay. Unexpected guest. I just like this area, actually. I thought Thavner and all that was really awesome, but I'm also enjoying this too. It's really cool kind of being able to see everything how it was before the destruction and stuff. Uh-oh. I actually thought we were getting another Blood Lily. Surprised we didn't. Unless it occurs after the roll quest or something. Main reward. Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying a creature under observation. I am Cleon, recently arrived from Amarant. I assume Maris sent you to fetch me. Yeppers. I see. Well, we had best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not. I will avoid upsetting any more local inhabitants. This is Mara, yes? Arrow, thank you for seeing to the safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. I'm certainly glad that he was. Now shall we proceed to the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes, as embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of the Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't be the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. I can look in on them right now if you like. I should like that very much, but I do have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, I was treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. Entity with your strength and instinct would be the perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist that you join us. A fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. And we all go together. Whenever you are ready, Arrow. Alright. Thank you for your continued assistance. Alright, back to the MSQ. So let's see here. So we'll get that one at the end. And that one should be on that island we're about to go to. This appears to be the teleporter Vanat told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Yes. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. Thanks. As for the way to Catesis Hyperborea. We follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. Northwest. There it is. I was afraid of that. Sorry, friend. You look cool, though. Okay, so that's the last one there. Cool. Could there be a dungeon possibly coming up where I go with Vinette, Emmett, and all them? That would be cool. Although that would be hard to level up the other companions. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hey. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of solutions, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practicing perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. It is time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. How lovely, our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Selk for his practicality. Do not approach me, do not speak to me, and do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I am merely carrying out my duty. Thaddeus. I think the time for leisurely exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, in the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Yep. No nearby currents detectioed. This appears to be the teleporter to Mesopsis Euros. Mesopsis Euros is interesting, and that is the only region Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. I've also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well, let us just say that no one should live near a teleporter which provides access to a certain facility. What, you expect me to praise you and your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. And again, even with you slowing her down, there's no denying that Venat is an accomplished researcher. Her wealth of wisdom and experience is unmatched, and her achievements in creation magics in any field, frankly, are nothing short of extraordinary. Though the singular brilliance which sets her apart can make her motives somewhat impenetrable at times. As her student successor puts it, she is a force of nature, at once so close and at the same time so very distant. High praise. They're close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Arrow, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. The creations in there are not exactly... then again, perhaps Arrow can handle him. He did survive a bout with Venat, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. What, you expect me to praise you and your progress? On the contrary, I'm simply surprised you made it this far. It's very distant. Thaddeus. Someone needs to go into the Hungering Gardens to speak with Hermes. And it seems Emmett Selk has nominated you for the task. Mesopsis Euros is interesting, and that is the only region in Elpis which lacks a researcher hub. This is largely due to the nature of its observation sites, within which they let loose creatures anticipated to be unruly and dangerous. Okay. I've also heard tell that the area is kept deliberately sparse in the event that, well... Okay. Didn't read from her already. Well, let's go fight some stuff. The Hungering Gardens. Ooh. Nasty ones. Goodbye. Now we'll go right to the center. Marble, marquee. I think that is it. Just looking to see if there's any more. I don't see any. I'll help you out. Red mage. I think, yeah. Oh, she's level 90. Paladin. You see a shield though. Oh, is he? That's weird. Oh, there he is. Arrow, where did you come from? Arrow, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping with Ladeus and Emmet Silk Company. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Fandiniel? On Fandiniel, you say? And yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but should you really wait out? But you should really wait outside the garden with the others. There's no place for idle exploration. We're taking notes. We'll talk later. You needn't be concerned for our safety. Meteon and I are protected by a ward which conceals our presence from the creatures. Okay. Back we go. I was prepared to swoop in if need be, but it is clear you have faced your fair share of monstrous opponents. What is that ghastly odor? You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well? I see, or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you convince Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emek Selk who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. I was okay. Why am I always so forward-thinking? I simply wish to enjoy all that life has to offer. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, Rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
I was about to say possibly from the world of darkness, but that wouldn't explain the first final day.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
I had a feeling that might be it.
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts! So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hurt. Hate. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please,
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Talk about a turn for the worse. Damn, that was eerie. The music in general is eerie. Oh. Calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. When you fail to hear her voice, she must be elsewhere. Strained my senses to their limits but found nothing. You must calm your mind that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. Think... what was it? Think, hear, feel? Maybe in regards to this? God, I can't remember that. God, I can't remember exact line. Calm your mind, your senses, questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. Seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteon's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Sounds like whatever it is engulfed other worlds. It's hungry. Strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. Please don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Awkward with that music involved in this. It's higher. Oh, here we go. Og, this next exercise futility. You have to be the one to find her arrow. Follow her voice. Trying to catch you in the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Gotta be up here. Or no. Over here farther? Behind this tree. Here we go. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Meteon's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Unless other worlds killed themselves or something. Or they destroyed each other. That's where hate stems from. Just being different caused the wars. Bred something. I don't know, I'm just trying to come up with like different ideas. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. Compiling a report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. No, Arrow, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Again, Zango's voice flees towards the lake. You signed a Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Metea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access the shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Mateus case, I mean speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell our sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. And we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. It's a shame there is no registered concept we could use to create another Meteon, assuming of course we could link her to the shared mind, but no, if it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. The final days, Ether is twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star. Its progress intensified by feelings of fear and despair and anguish. Nothingness. Nay, I like not the picture which emerges with these latest pieces. Oh, my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Hell, fleeing this star might not even be an option now. They might have to fight it. My apologies, we should focus on the task at hand. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether? Much how Emmett Selk solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. I will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever. Thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leth. Assuming she is made invisible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. We have our plan. Arrow and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. It seems we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmett Selk is now accompanying you. Okay. Now, did Meteon go straight ahead towards the pier, or did she stray from the path somewhere? As the only one who can hear her voice, you will need to take the lead. Calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. But you fail to hear her voice, she must be elsewhere. Nothing this way, we try another route then. Another route then. Just wanted to see if he would say anything different. I gotta remember to stay on foot so I don't lose him. That blue tree is nice. Calm your mind, sense questing for a hint of Meteon's presence. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes. I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. Ugh, the indignation to drag my robe through the water. I thought Ithlodeus better not breathe a word of this to Azim. Still, a mild humiliation will be the least of our concerns if we fail to get our hands on Meteon. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to Remora. Okay. Fair enough. Not here, I'm not here, please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. We will hear your report, good or bad. Arrow, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Break his poor fragile heart. Oop. Keep after me, Meteon. Ithlodeus and I will coordinate our movements. Uh-oh, teleporter there. It might have been locked. Is this teleporter not in use? Seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. There, I see her. Whatever she saw or heard is really fucking bad. Maybe creatures from the void or something. Like she mentioned it, just so much hate. What does that mean? Exactly. Is anything there? Right there.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Okay.
Please, Meteon. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code.
Hell, they all might have been just flat out killed. Corrupted or something.
Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Like, this is what I was thinking, like, everything on those planets might be dead. But how would that affect what's going to happen? Maybe that emotion causes one of the units to flip out or something. I don't know.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for, what gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
What the hell is going on? If all Hermes means to do is listen to Meteon's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment. And we must be there when he makes it. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? These answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Can you never cast your accursed question to distant stars? You may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? Logic escapes me entirely. Day is pondering what to do next. Hermes has headed to Kairos. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. Convocation duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. But not, hero. It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give up chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To Kairos, Hyperborea we go. I mislike the look of this. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. Indeed. Trial potentially coming up? What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mr. Vanna, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis put into a state of alert. Excuse me. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Thesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. That enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with, little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. And you put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled, now you've gone raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strength, and I will fill in the gaps as required. Yeah, if they're going to be a dungeon, she could fill either role. I mean, it would be damage. I was once Azim, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. Yeah. Okay, maybe you will be able to use them. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. There's time traveling stuff. You could also have them to level up. But this is also part of the MSQ. I don't know. Yeah, because I think Lena was just for that one, but we never actually leveled her up, so it might be the same with them. And you, Emmett Selk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You will have potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Arrow, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Cool, we're gonna get to fight with him. Yeah, because I think with Lena, you could only use her for that one area. You couldn't level her up. So it might be with them too. You might only be able to use them for this particular dungeon. Cool. From the moment we met you, our visit has devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative... Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of you or your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteon, and if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Thesis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even this grand structure might otherwise suggest. Your colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not that Venat and Emmett Selk at your side. Not with Venat and Emmett Selk at your side. I will be there too, of course, cheering you on. Bleak as the contents of Meteon's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. Okay, so let me, Alright, I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. welcome back. This is so cool that we're going to be doing a dungeon with this group. Hydaelyn, Hythlodaeus, and Emmet. Let's go. So he's going to be a tank. Bard, okay. All-rounder. So Emmet is also the tank. Yeah, let's go. Awesome. Whoa. Hyperborea, the world unsundered. Okay, so Emmet is the tank.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Team is determined to protect Meteon. Right bothered this is going to be. I'll go down this way. Ooh, so there's stuff here I can read. If you ever wondered whether your creation is beneficial existence to the starter, wonder no more. For Ktisis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. Temperate plains, tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creatures to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. Wow, this looks cool. This music is something too. And of course he's a Dark Knight. Awesome. Oh, and she's a dancer. Okay, cool. Charging that one.
I see you opening.
See, this should... Yeah, this should be enough to get me to 88 as well. Let's go. Cool. Awaken.
Have at you!
Hear noises in the game. I think it's coming from outside. Let's make our way through the frozen sphere. It's cool too because she could also be tank. Who's she targeting? Focus on what Nod is doing.
Out of my way!
Okay, they're targeting different ones. Oh, I should be... Yep, yeah.
Have at you!
Even though it doesn't seem like we get experience from them anymore. Let's just be all tied into bosses and stuff.
I see you opening.
I wonder, could the last area be the Ethereal Sea? Oh.
I see you opening.
Have at you!
This dungeon looks nice. Music's nice too. Like I mean, it might not seem it, but I'm super pumped that I'm like, with this group right now. It's just there's so much that's been going on that I'm like still trying to unpack all of it. I guess is the best way to say it in terms of story and stuff. Oh dear, this fellow seems disinclined to let us pass, then we had no choice but to force our way. Lisa. It's usually trying to hide from us. Oh, footprints. Nice. I love how they're just mocking it, like, oh
Prepare
please.
yourself.
Keep him healed up. Feed the blood belly. Very well. Trying to confuse us. Some concept.
I'm not entirely useless.
Hope this works.
I see you opening. I see you opening.
I'm not entirely useless.
You find peace in the ethereal sea. Come, mustn't tarry. Scouting. What does those look like? Those look pretty good. What is Reaper, by the way? Is it RPR? I'm guessing. Let's see here. Ninja. Got a second here. Right chest. Yeah. RPR. Yeah, that's in game. Sounds like car revving at certain points.
Out of my way!
I see you opening.
Shit.
Have at you!
AoE to my heart's content. And my heart is content.
I see you opening.
Have at you! Can you withstand this?
I see you opening.
Music's really catchy.
This may sting.
Fun for 4 seconds. Save up some lilies. According to Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf. And indeed, it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. Must make mention of this in the next report. Her creation? That one was named Lisa. I don't think they're the same though, not in this case. He may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. Seriously, you want to discuss candidacy now?
I see you opening.
Have at you!
Out of my way!
Prepare yourself!
Truly is no accounting for taste. Indeed.
Have at you! Have a taste! Can you withstand this?
So it's gonna be on that side. Goes on 3. Okay. Actually, almost hit me.
Out of my way!
Stay on them. Oh, you can see it from the 2 heads. Oh, okay. The other 2 heads had it. Pass for Constitution. It's a concept. Pass for Constitution, but a fail for Intelligence. If its concept is submitted, I will be certain to reject it. Okay, nice. Job, sis. Aaron, give up, is he?
I see you opening.
I better not. Down to 2. Let me get up to 3 before I use it on him again. Whoa.
I see you opening.
This is so cool. It really is.
I'm not entirely useless. I'm not entirely useless.
Oh, treasure coffer there. Get that. What level are those, by the way? 542? Okay. True bravery, damsels increased. Whoa! Awesome.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive. Enough is enough, Hermes.
I see you opening.
Ooh, I need a...
Be gone!
Oh, more. Okay. We'll use that. And this.
I see you opening.
That might literally stack up for the boss fight here. Free cure.
I'm not entirely useless.
Flying life forms and introduction. The successful creation of migratory birds travel between continents where the seasons came as a breath of fresh air as the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. Came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time as would be vital to their survival. Breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, use of which was discovered by the incumbent Pendaniel during his tenure as chief overseer of Elpis. Truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. Okay. Winged Defiance. He does look awesome.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool,
Excuse me.
I will hold fast to my conviction.
Okay. Protect Meteon, he would go so far as to transform, so far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require.
Have at you!
Lust and pain, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
I'm not entirely useless.
Stars on high, fall and rain!
Stay right with Heidelin. And I'll probably have to get behind those.
Out of my way.
Oh, okay. See how that works.
Have at you!
Oh. Alright.
Dreams of ether! Surge is one!
Have at you!
Oh, I see. So then... Yeah, we're fine right here then. Okay.
Have at you!
Oh, I should be using
Dancing
presence of mind more.
pierce my foes!
Trismegistos.
I see you opening.
Who? Me?
Stars on high, fall as rain!
That.
Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
Out of my way.
Nice.
No! My power!
I enjoyed that one. The dungeons have been really good. Can you say anything? Hopefully it's calmed down a little. Let us leave the rest to Emic Selk. Good job, all. Ooh, nice. That looks really cool, actually. Not bad. And a good chunk in to 88 at least.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity.
Yeah, I feel like one's purpose
They
live
renounced relationships to avoid
is to
interpersonal
consume.
strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there, in the dark of dead worlds, hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to revert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory Reconfiguration System Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with the burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe. where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet... I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Hey Dusty, thanks for the stopping by. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but testing one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. But resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. For Hermes, I think unlikely he will create more entelechies. Entelechies? I don't know. My mind's mush right now. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated, in his mind the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, the Mateo would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction. One day hence, he will face the Advent and final days in the role of Fandaniel. That explains all of that. So... So they experienced all that loss because they're based on emotion. And all those civilizations died out. And they tried their best. And still failed. So Meteon took all that pain and sorrow and realized that death is the only way. And so they want everyone to hear that. There's no point in trying. And it's powerful enough that it influences people's feelings. And that causes everything to happen, if I'm understanding that right. There's a lot going on there. I think I understand it, but putting it into words is a little bit more difficult. Arrow, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. Now we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propleon. God, that's crazy. Holy crap. Satanic horns. Nice. Speak with Vana. Holy crap. So he's like, so if we're not imperfect, we must be expunged. So it's that feeling that was transferred to Meteon, which she's going to transfer to everyone. That's what's happening. I guess. That's a lot to take in. Like I said, I think I understand it. Putting it into words is a little bit more difficult right now. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking of Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Yes.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home. May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
So yeah, even escaping by ship is pointless. But that's probably what we're going to use to get to her.
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him, on us, You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
Farewell. Now the question, though, is how long I've been gone, technically. Even though it's time travel, maybe some time still did pass.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestall the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, Or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Holy shit. I gotta see something here. I just gotta check something here. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I'll see you to the doors. Heavy away the burden of guiding this legion of souls, yet I have faith in me as long as it... So memories sown the seeds of conjunction. I pray you walk with me in the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as we'll all resolve to fight for the morrow. Pray you well, my light of the future till we meet again. Okay. So I think everything I just saw is what was happening in her time? Or is that this time? That was me. That was also her there. Yeah, because they have memories of just before they go. Holy crap. I think I understand it though. That, wow, there's so much going on there. I'm gonna stop the VOD here, but I'm gonna keep streaming. So I will be... I gotta take a break. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break. And I'll be back to play some more. So yeah, be right back.